Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The ancient books in Folko Lightfoot's collection trembled on their shelves, as if stirred by an unseen wind. Outside his modest hobbit hole, the night hung still and heavy over the Shire, stars veiled behind gathering clouds. But within the walls of his study, a room that had earned him the reputation as the oddest hobbit in Bywater, something was changing in the air itself. Folko's quill paused above the parchment, where he had been transcribing an old tale of the elder days. Unlike most hobbits, who concerned themselves primarily with matters of garden, pantry, and gossip, Folko harbored an insatiable curiosity about the world beyond the Shire's borders. His shelves groaned beneath tomes collected from passing dwarves, weather-worn rangers, and the occasional elf who humored the small, bright-eyed creature with his endless questions. The trembling intensified. A book bound in faded blue leather slipped from its place and fell open upon the floor. Folko approached it cautiously, candlelight casting long shadows across the room. Upon its pages, written in a script he had never before encountered, silvery letters began to glow with an inner light. "How peculiar," he whispered, adjusting his spectacles. Though he could not read the words, they seemed to whisper directly into his mind. "The nameless comes, the shadow returns." A sharp knock at his door startled him so severely that he nearly upset his inkwell. No respectable hobbit would call at this late hour. Another knock followed, more urgent than the first. When Folko opened his round green door, he found not a neighbor but a figure slumped against the frame. A man, impossibly tall to hobbit eyes, wrapped in tattered blue robes. His beard, streaked with silver and ash, hung to his waist, and his eyes, when they flickered open, shone with the deep azure of twilight skies. "At last," the stranger rasped. The patterns led me true." Before Folko could respond, the man collapsed across his threshold in a heap of robes and staff and ancient dust. With considerable effort, Folko managed to drag his unexpected guest to the sitting room. The stranger was lighter than his height would suggest, as if partially faded from the world. When Folko brought water, the man drank with desperate thirst. "Forgive the intrusion, Master Hobbit," he said, his voice gaining strength. "I am LOTR, though few now remember that name." Folko nearly dropped the water pitcher. LOTR, one of the Ithrin Luin, the blue wizards who journeyed to the east. A faint smile crossed the wizard's weathered face. "Your knowledge exceeds the typical boundaries of hobbit lore. Yes, I was sent to the east alongside Palando, my brother in purpose, if not blood. He fell decades ago, defending the last free peoples beyond the Sea of Rune. The tales say you both were lost," Folko said, settling into his chair, scholarly excitement momentarily overcoming his apprehension. "Not lost, delayed." Alatar's expression darkened. "I come now bearing grave tidings. The defeat of Sauron was necessary, but it has created a void in the fabric of power that spans Middle-earth. And into such voids, ancient things may crawl." Through the night, as rain began to patter against the windows of Folko's home, Alatar spoke of horrors beyond imagining, of a being older than Sauron, perhaps older than Morgoth himself, an entity that had been imprisoned beyond the Red Mountains by the combined will of the Valar at the dawn of time. It has no name that can be safely spoken, LOTR explained, his hands trembling as he accepted a cup of tea. It was the first being corrupted by the discord of Melkor, twisted before even the Ainur descended into Arda, where Sauron sought domination. This being seeks only unmaking, the return of all to the void. But surely the Valar, Folko began. The Valar have withdrawn their direct influence, LOTR interrupted. After the downfall of Númenor, they chose to limit their interventions in the affairs of Middle-earth. They will not act until it is too late. A silence fell between them, broken only by the ticking of Folko's grandfather clock and the persistent drumming of rain. "Why come to me?" Folko finally asked. "I'm just a hobbit with too many books and too few friends." LOTR's gaze, piercing as starlight, fixed upon him. "And because, Folko Lightfoot, the patterns of fate are woven in unexpected ways. The smallest hands often move the greatest wheels." Before the wizard could elaborate, a sound like tearing silk split the air. The windows of Folko's home darkened, not with night, but with something that devoured light itself. LOTR rose with sudden urgency, his frailty seemingly forgotten. "But they have found me more quickly than I anticipated." He pressed a small, leather-bound journal into Folko's hands. "My observations, my suspicions, all I have learned in my long wandering. Find Radagast in Fangorn. He has been communing with the oldest powers of Middle-earth and may know how to interpret what I've discovered. But I've never left the Shire," Folko protested. "Then this shall be an adventure." LOTR smiled grimly, raising his staff as the darkness outside intensified. "Seek also the girl Eorith, a descendant of Númenor with the gift of true seeing. She dwells near the ruins of Tharbad." With those words, LOTR strode to the door and flung it wide. Outside stood figures like men, but stretched and twisted, their forms seeming to bend the night around them. The wizard's staff blazed with blue fire as he stepped onto the garden path. "Run, Master Lightfoot," he called over his shoulder. "Run while I can still hold them." The last Folko saw of LOTR was the wizard standing defiant, his blue light a star against the encroaching void, before a surge of darkness swallowed him whole. Induy Dawn found Folko miles from Bywater, his pack hastily filled with provisions. The wizard's journal tucked safely in an inner pocket. Fear and duty drove him forward, when common hobbit sense screamed for him to turn back. The Shire's gentle hills gave way to the rougher lands beyond, and for the first time in his 43 years, Folko Lightfoot stepped beyond the borders of the only home he had ever known. His journey to Fangorn was fraught with perils he had only read about in books. He skirted the Barrow Downs, where mists clung to ancient stones and unseen presences watched his passage. He crossed the Great East Road with his hood drawn low, avoiding the curious glances of travelers. When the shadowy eaves of Fangorn Forest finally appeared on the horizon, Folko felt as if he had aged a decade in mere weeks. Finding Radagast proved nearly impossible until the forest itself seemed to guide him. Paths appeared where none had been before, branches lifted to allow passage, and birds, countless birds of every size and hue, flitted ahead of him, their calls forming a trail of sound through the ancient woods. The wizard's dwelling was neither house nor hall, but a great oak whose trunk had hollowed and expanded to create chambers within. Moss carpeted the floors, while gaps in the living wood allowed dappled sunlight to serve as illumination. And there, Folko found not the Radagast described in old tales, but something far stranger. The brown wizard had merged with the forest itself. Roots grew from his feet into the earth, and his skin had taken on the texture of bark. When he spoke, his voice rustled like leaves in the wind. "And then I have been expecting you, small one," Radagast said, branches creaking as he turned. "Alatar's messenger comes at last." Folko presented the journal with trembling hands. He said you would understand his findings. For 3 days, Radagast communed with the journal, sometimes reading its pages, other times pressing it against his wooden brow as if absorbing its knowledge directly. On the 4th morning, he announced, "We must find the seer." Their search for Ioreth led them to a small settlement of fisherfolk along the Greyflood River. The girl, barely 20 summers old, lived apart from the others, her gift making her both valued and feared by her community. Her eyes, one grey and one violet, widened at the sight of Radagast's transformed appearance and Folko's diminutive stature. "The harbingers from my visions," she whispered, ushering them into her modest home. "You come as the veil thins." With Ioreth's addition to their company, the true nature of their quest took shape. The Nameless One could only be defeated if the secret of its original imprisonment was discovered. And that secret, according to Alatar's notes, lay hidden in the very foundations of Arda, in truths the Valar themselves had concealed. Their path took them to abandoned libraries in Anuminas, to stone circles older than elves or men, and finally to the barren plains of Dagorlad, where the last alliance had once defeated Sauron. It was here, where the blood of countless warriors had soaked into the earth, that the veil between worlds was thinnest. As a cold dawn broke over the desolate battlefield, Ioreth stood with arms outstretched, her mismatched eyes rolled back to show only white. Folko and Radagast completed the circle of ancient signs Alatar had documented, using salts and oils and words of power that made the hobbit's tongue ache. "I see it," Ioreth gasped. "The truth behind the making of Arda, the Nameless One was not imprisoned by the Valar, it is their prison." The ground beneath them trembled as understanding dawned. The being they feared was no servant of darkness, but a fragment of the original chaos, a piece of the void itself, given consciousness by Melkor's discord. The Valar had built the world around it, using the physical realm as chains to bind the formless terror. "Sauron's defeat," Radagast rumbled, "the fading of the 3 rings, the departure of the elves, each weakens the bindings." "Then how do we stop it?" Folko asked, clutching Alatar's journal like a shield. The answer came not from Ioreth's visions or Radagast's ancient wisdom, but from the pages of the journal itself. Alatar had discovered that the binding required balance, not just order against chaos, but the harmony of all free peoples. The Nameless One fed on division, on the spaces between hearts and minds. As darkness gathered visibly on the horizon, a wave of nothingness advancing across the plain, Folko understood what he must do. The smallest hands indeed moved the greatest wheels. Standing at the center of their circle, the Hobbit began to speak, not in words of power or ancient incantations, but in stories, tales of the Shire and its people, of Briefolk and their simple lives. Of dwarves and their crafts, elves and their songs, men and their brief, bright courage. He spoke of gardens and meadows, of ale shared in firelit halls, of children's laughter and old folks' wisdom. With each word, the advancing darkness faltered. Ioreth added her voice, then Radagast, each calling forth memories and hopes that formed a tapestry of life against the void. From the shadow emerged a figure, Alatar, changed and diminished, but not destroyed. His voice joined theirs, bringing ancient melodies from the east. And as their voices rose together, the darkness retreated, driven back by something more powerful than any spell or enchantment, the simple, stubborn insistence of life itself. When silence finally fell across Dagorlad, the Nameless One had been bound anew, not by chains of power, but by bonds of story and memory and shared hope. "It will not hold forever," LOTR said softly, leaning heavily on his staff. "But it will hold long enough." Folko looked up at his companions, the tree wizard, the seer girl, the ancient Istar, and felt both very small and surprisingly significant. "What happens now?" LOTR smiled, the first genuine smile Folko had seen from the wizard. "Now, Master Lightfoot, you return home and do what hobbits do best. Eat 6 meals a day," Folko suggested with a hesitant smile. "Remember," LOTR corrected, "keep the stories alive. For as long as the tales are told and the songs are sung, some bindings never weaken." Months later, back in his hobbit hole with its shelves of books and comfortable chair, Folko added the final words to his newest manuscript. Outside, children gathered on his garden bench, waiting for the afternoon story. Though few in the Shire believed his adventure had been anything but an elaborate fabrication, they came nonetheless for his tales. And if, sometimes, a blue butterfly landed on his windowsill while he spoke, or if the oldest trees seemed to lean closer to hear his words, or if a young woman with mismatched eyes occasionally appeared at the edge of the gathering, well, those were surely just coincidences. For some stories are too important to be believed. They need only be remembered. Story 2. In the slumbering hours between midnight and dawn, when the veil between worlds grows thin, Mungo Brandybuck stood once more beneath the withering boughs of an alabaster tree. Its bark gleamed like polished marble under a faltering moon, branches reaching skyward like supplicating hands. All around him rose the ancient city of Minas Tirith, its 7 tiers of white stone, ascending the mountainside like a frozen waterfall. Yet tonight the stones wept with dew that seemed suspiciously like tears. The white tree shuddered, and as a single silver leaf detached and spiraled downward, Mungo's small hobbit hand reached out. He awoke with a start. The familiar ceiling of his modest quarters above the Prancing Pony Inn in Bree coming into focus. Outside, rain drummed against the window in a rhythm that matched his thundering heart. 6 nights, 6 identical dreams, always the tree, always dying. Mungo swung his hairy feet to the floor and shook his head to clear the lingering images. By hobbit standards, he was unremarkable, neither as adventurous as the Tooks, nor as respectable as the Bagginses. His only distinction lay in his culinary talents, which had earned him the position of head cook at the busiest establishment in Bree. At 42, his greatest adventures involved perfecting his mushroom stew recipe, or haggling with farmers over the price of potatoes. The most exotic locale he'd ever visited was the market in Staddle, a mere half-day's walk from Bree. Yet the dream clung to him, like wood smoke to clothing, as he descended to the kitchen to begin his morning preparations. The common room of the Prancing Pony would soon fill with travelers seeking hearty breakfasts before continuing their journeys, and Mungo took pride in never disappointing a hungry guest. He was elbow-deep in bread dough when Nob, the elderly hobbit who served as the inn's factotum, appeared in the doorway. "There's a peculiar fellow asking for you," Nob announced, wiping his hands on his apron. "Tall as a tree, grey as winter, with a beard you could nest birds in." Mungo's hands stilled in the dough. "Did he give a name?" "Calls himself Mithrandir, though some of the rangers nodded to him as Gandalf. Looks like a wizard if you ask me, though I've never seen one myself." The name stirred something in Mungo, a distant memory from childhood tales told around hearthfires on winter evenings. Gandalf the Grey, who had spirited Bilbo Baggins away on an adventure with dwarves decades ago. "Send him in, I suppose," Mungo said, trying to mask his apprehension with nonchalance. "Ah, though tell him I've no time for wizardry before the breakfast rush." The figure that ducked through the kitchen doorway moments later seemed to bring with him the scent of distant lands and ancient forests. His grey robes were travel-worn, his staff gnarled like an ancient tree, and his eyes, those eyes held the depth of centuries. "Mungo Brandybuck," the wizard said, his voice like stones rolling down a mountainside. "At last we meet. I don't believe we had an appointment," Mungo replied, returning to his kneading with forced casualness. Gandalf settled onto a stool that seemed comically small beneath his frame. "Some appointments are written in stars and ancient scrolls rather than ledgers, Master Brandybuck." From within his robes, the wizard withdrew an object that caught the kitchen's firelight and splintered it into 1,000 glittering fragments. A medallion suspended on a chain of silver links, each finer than a strand of hair. Upon its face was etched the image of a tree with 7 stars above its branches. "The White Tree of Gondor," Mungo whispered, then froze, startled by his own unbidden knowledge. Gandalf's bushy eyebrows rose. "Indeed. And how does a hobbit cook from Bree come to recognize the royal emblem of a kingdom he has never visited?" Mungo's hands trembled as he wiped them on his apron. "I've been dreaming of it. The tree, the white city built into a mountain. For 6 nights now, the tree is dying. Not dreaming, Mungo Brandybuck, remembering." The wizard leaned forward, his voice dropping to a whisper that somehow filled the kitchen more completely than a shout. "The blood that flows through your veins is not purely hobbit. 10 generations ago, during the wandering days before hobbits settled the Shire, one of your ancestors married a daughter of the Dunedain, herself a distant descendant of Numenor with traces of elvish heritage." Mungo barked a laugh. "Preposterous. I'm a hobbit through and through, fond of my meals, my garden, and my pipe. There's nothing exotic about me, and yet you dream of the white tree. You feel its pain as it withers." Gandalf placed the medallion on the wooden table between them. "The tree is indeed dying, and with it the strength of Gondor falters. The line of kings has long been broken, and now the very symbol of their sovereignty fades. Unless the tree is renewed, the realm of men will fall to shadow." Outside the kitchen window, dawn had broken, washing the eastern sky in pale gold. The first customers would soon appear in the common room, expecting fresh bread and hot porridge. "I fail to see what this has to do with me," Mungo said, though a cold certainty had settled in his stomach, heavy as a stone. "The ancient mingling of bloodlines has given you a unique gift, Master Brandybuck. Only one with the vitality of hobbits, the longevity of the Dunedain, and the magic of elves can perform the ritual that will revive the White Tree." Gandalf's eyes gleamed. "The tree responds to you, even across hundreds of leagues. It calls to you in dreams." Mungo shook his head vehemently. "I'm a cook, not a hero. I've never even been east of Bree. Often the most unlikely hands shape the world's fate," Gandalf replied, unperturbed, particularly those of hobbits. By midday, Mungo found himself in the unthinkable position of packing his meager belongings. The innkeeper had granted him leave, seemingly unable to refuse Gandalf's request. Into his pack went cooking utensils alongside extra handkerchiefs, packets of herbs next to warm socks. When Gandalf had mentioned traveling companions awaiting them at the East Gate, Mungo had felt a momentary relief until he learned their identities. The elf stood tall and solemn beside a chestnut mare, her silver-gold hair cascading down her back like a waterfall of moonlight. Nimrodel, she was called, an exile from Lothlorien for reasons she kept locked behind her ageless eyes. Beside her, checking the straps of a heavily laden pony, was a dwarf whose rust-colored beard was elaborately braided and adorned with silver clasps, Bofur, master cartographer, whose obsession with forgotten cities had brought him into Gandalf's orbit. A hobbit, Bofur grumbled, looking Mungo up and down. What next? Shall we recruit a squirrel? Size is no measure of importance, Nimrodel replied, her voice like wind through summer leaves. But the smallest seed may grow the mightiest tree. Speaking of trees, Mungo said, finding his courage, what exactly am I expected to do when we reach this white tree? I'm no gardener like my cousin Hamfast. Gandalf mounted his steed, a great silver horse that seemed more spirit than flesh. First, we must recover the Palantir of Annuminus. The Seeing Stone holds the memory of the ritual that bound the first white tree to the bloodline of Númenor. With it, we can discern what must be done. Thus began a journey that took Mungo further from his kitchen than he had ever imagined possible. They traveled east and then south, through ancient forests where trees whispered secrets in forgotten tongues, across rolling plains where the grass rippled like the sea, and into the shadow of mountains whose peaks pierced the very clouds. Along the way, Mungo's dreams intensified. He saw the white tree's leaves falling one by one, each death a stab of pain in his own heart. Sometimes he glimpsed a shadow moving among the branches, a presence cold and ancient, filled with malice. At the ruins of Weathertop, Nimrodel revealed what her keen elf senses had detected for days. "We are hunted," she said one evening, her eyes scanning the darkening horizon. Servants of the shadow, drawn to the medallion's power. That night, they were attacked by wraiths, not the Nine, but lesser spirits bound to a malevolent will. Mungo, armed with nothing but a cooking knife and a cast-iron skillet, surprised himself by driving back a shadow that had cornered Bofur. The dwarf's estimation of the Hobbit rose considerably after that. It was Bofur's maps that guided them to the hidden vault beneath the ruins of Annuminas, once the proud capital of Arnor. There, in a chamber untouched for millennia, they found the Palantir, smaller than the legends described but radiating power that made the air around it shimmer like heat over summer stones. When Gandalf carefully unwrapped the Seeing Stone, Mungo felt a pull toward it that defied explanation. Before anyone could stop him, his hands were upon the smooth surface and visions flooded his mind. The first white tree, seedling of Telperion, gifted to the men of Númenor. The ritual performed by Elendil to plant its descendant in Minas Tirith. And the truth about its current affliction, the lingering malice of the Witch King of Angmar, whose essence had survived his physical defeat and now sought to poison the heart of Gondor. "Fornost," Mungo gasped as the vision released him. "We must go to Fornost. The answer lies in the ruins where the Witch King once ruled." In the dead city of Fornost Irain, ancient seat of Angmar's power, they faced the shadow directly. The Wraith King's essence, bound to the ruins by ancient magic, manifested as a towering figure crowned with spectral iron. His hatred for the bloodline of Númenor and for all living things radiated like a physical force. But Mungo had seen the solution in the Palantir. While his companions held back the shadow with steel and spell, the Hobbit worked feverishly in a crumbling courtyard. His hands moved with the practiced efficiency of a lifetime in kitchens, but now he combined herbs and essences with ritual purpose, kingsfoil steeped in water drawn from Evendim. The crushed petals of Symbol Mine, 3 drops of his own blood, carrying that ancient mixed heritage. As the Wraith King bore down upon them, Mungo completed his concoction, not quite a potion, not quite a soup, and cast it into the ceremonial fire they had kindled from branches of rowan and yew. The flames turned silver, then white, and a fragrance filled the air, reminiscent of spring mornings and starlit evenings. The Witch King's form contorted, shrieking in a voice that shattered stone. "What is this magic?" He howled as his essence began to dissipate like mist before a strong wind. "Not magic," Mungo replied, standing firm despite his trembling knees. "Just a good recipe, handed down through generations." The journey to Minas Tirith was long but untroubled, as though the land itself eased their passage. When they finally beheld the White City, gleaming in the morning sun, exactly as in Mungo's dreams, the hobbit felt a strange homecoming. The white tree stood in the court of the fountain, just as he had seen it, proud but failing, its few remaining leaves trembling in the gentle breeze. The steward of Gondor, skeptical but desperate, had permitted their approach only because Gandalf's name still carried weight in the halls of power. Mungo approached the dying tree, medallion in one hand, a vial of his special elixir in the other. As he anointed the roots with the potion and pressed the medallion against the trunk, he whispered words that came unbidden to his lips. An ancient Quenya incantation he somehow knew by heart. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, a single new shoot emerged from a seemingly dead branch, small, green, vibrant with life. More followed, spreading through the tree like a whispered promise. Within minutes, the white tree stood transformed, its branches adorned with fresh leaves and delicate white blossoms that filled the courtyard with their sweet fragrance. In the days that followed, Mungo was hailed as a hero of Gondor, offered riches and lands and titles. He accepted only a small pouch of rare cooking herbs and the promise of free lodging should he ever return. For though the White City was magnificent beyond his imaginings, he found himself longing for the comfortable chaos of the prancing pony's kitchen. "Are you certain?" Gandalf asked as they prepared for the journey home. "You have awakened something remarkable within yourself. There are other ancient magics that might benefit from your peculiar talents." Mungo smiled, patting the pocket where he kept his favorite wooden spoon. "Perhaps someday. But for now, there are hungry travelers in Bree who deserve a proper meal, and I've developed some rather promising ideas for a new spice blend on our travels." As they rode north, Mungo glanced back one last time at the gleaming towers of Minas Tirith, the white tree visible as a splash of green against the stone. His dreams were peaceful now, filled with the comforting sense of baking bread and simmering stew. Sometimes the greatest magic lies in the simplest things, in nourishment freely given, in ancient bloodlines expressed through humble arts, and in the courage of small folk who never sought adventure, but rise to meet it nonetheless. And if the meat pies served at the Prancing Pony thereafter carried a hint of some indefinable spice that brought to mind starlight and ancient kingdoms, well, that was simply the mark of a masterful cook, wasn't it? Story 3. The midnight sky above Hobbiton fractured as silver streaks tore through the darkness, raining celestial fire upon the sleeping hills. Most hobbits merely turned in their beds, pulling blankets higher against the unusual light. But in a modest smile at the edge of the village, Samwise Greenleaf stood transfixed at his window, watching as a particularly bright fragment descended directly toward his beloved garden. Dawn found Sam kneeling in the smoldering crater where yesterday his prize-winning tomatoes had stood. The soil still radiated warmth, and at the center lay a seed unlike any he had ever encountered, silvery and translucent, with veins of blue light pulsing beneath its surface, like a tiny captured star. "Begging your pardon," Sam whispered to the ruined garden bed, "but it seems we'll be growing something different this season." Unlike most hobbits, who preferred predictability in all things, Sam harbored a secret delight in horticultural experimentation. His neighbors tolerated his eccentricities primarily because they resulted in the most extraordinary produce in the West Farthing. Yet even Sam could not have anticipated what emerged from the soil 7 days after planting the star seed. The sprout rose overnight, unfurling leaves that shimmered with an inner radiance. By the third day, it stood as tall as Sam himself, its slender trunk glowing softly in twilight hours. By the seventh evening, luminous blossoms opened toward the stars, releasing a fragrance that carried hints of distant shores and ancient forests never seen by hobbit eyes. That night, Sam awoke to whispers in his garden. Peering through the window, he glimpsed strange figures circling his celestial plant. Foxes with multiple tails, birds with eyes that gleamed like garnets, and something larger that moved just beyond the lantern light, leaving footprints that smoldered briefly before fading. "It's calling them," a gruff voice observed from the shadows near Sam's gate, startling him so badly he nearly toppled his nightstand. 3 dwarves stood at his garden's edge, their beards elaborately braided and adorned with silver clasps bearing unfamiliar crests. The eldest stepped forward, removing his hood with ceremonial solemnity. "Baric Ironfoot, at your service," he announced with a bow. "Behind me stand my kin, Darina Stonescript and Frerin Flametongue. We have journeyed from the Blue Mountains, following the signs written in starfire." Sam found himself inviting the dwarves inside, serving tea and seed cakes while trying to mask his bewilderment. Darina, a dwarf woman with keen eyes and fingers stained with ink, spoke little but studied Sam with unsettling intensity. Frerin, bright-eyed and younger than his companions, could scarcely contain his excitement. "It's truly a light-bringer," Baric explained, gesturing toward the garden. "A seedling of Laurelan itself, or so our oldest songs claim." Laurelan? Sam's knowledge of the world beyond the Shire's borders was limited to what he'd gleaned from passing travelers and the occasional book borrowed from Bilbo Baggins before his departure. "One of the 2 trees of Valinor, from the time before the sun and moon," Darina spoke at last, her voice unexpectedly melodious for one so stern in appearance. "We believed all their descendants lost when Ungoliant devoured the trees, save for the fruits that became the sun and moon." Frerin leaned forward eagerly. "But our deepest archives speak of seeds scattered across the heavens, waiting to return when needed most. We've spent decades tracking celestial patterns, knowing this time would come." "Time for what exactly?" Sam asked, a creeping unease replacing his initial wonder. Barrick's expression darkened. "The elves are fading from Middle-earth, their light diminishing as they depart for the undying lands, but not all can or will make that journey. Those who remain face a slow twilight, becoming little more than shadows of their former glory." "The Lightbringer's roots," Darina continued, unrolling an ancient map across Sam's kitchen table, "seek to reunite with their source, the eternal flame that burns beneath Mount Gundabad, where Durin the Deathless first awoke." Sam studied the map, tracing the vast distance between his cozy smile and the foreboding mountain depicted in the far northeast. What has this to do with me? I'm just a gardener." "Yet you alone nurtured the seed to growth," Baric said solemnly. "The Lightbringer has chosen its guardian." Before Sam could protest further, a terrible shriek pierced the night. The dwarves sprang to their feet, weapons appearing in their hands as if conjured. Through the window, Sam glimpsed a tall, emaciated figure at the garden's edge, its elongated fingers reaching toward the glowing plant. The creature's skin absorbed the plant's radiance where it touched, leaving dark patches on the luminous leaves. "Dark Walker!" Frerin gasped, hefting his axe. The battle was brief but fierce. The dwarves drove the creature back, but not before it had absorbed enough light to wound the plant, which now drooped noticeably, its glow dimmed. "It will return with others," Baric warned as they retreated inside. "And the Dark Walkers serve those who fear what the eternal flame might awaken. Your plant will die unless reunited with its source." As the night deepened into the quiet hours before dawn, Sam faced an impossible choice. The thought of abandoning his garden, his home, everything familiar, sent waves of anxiety through his sturdy hobbit frame. Yet the wounded plant called to something deep within him, a connection he couldn't explain, but felt with absolute certainty. "We leave at first light," he declared, surprising himself as much as his guests. "But I'll need to gather supplies. No proper journey starts without provisions." The company departed Hobbiton as morning mist still clung to the rolling hills. Sam carried the Lightbringer in a special pot crafted hastily by Frerin, lined with silver to preserve the plant's waning strength. They had travelled scarcely beyond Bywater when they encountered their fourth companion, a tall, weather-worn man who emerged from the shadows of the roadside trees. "Halbarad," he introduced himself simply, offering no family name or origin. His cloak bore the tattered star of the Northern Rangers, and his eyes held secrets dark and deep as forest pools. "Mithrandir suggested I might find you on this road." Darina eyed him suspiciously. "Gandalf knows of our quest." "Gandalf knows many things," Halbarad replied with the faintest smile, "including that you'll need more than dwarven axes to reach Gundabad. The old roads have grown treacherous, and darker things than darkwalkers roam the wilds. Their journey took them through landscapes Sam had never imagined, each more wondrous and perilous than the last. They skirted the haunted barrows beyond Bree, traversed the rolling hills of the Lone Lands, and crossed the last bridge over the river Horwell, its waters singing ancient melodies beneath stone arches carved by forgotten hands. Throughout their travels, Sam tended the Lightbringer with devotion, speaking to it in hushed tones when he thought the others wouldn't notice. Under his care, the plant stabilized but did not recover its former glory. Each night, he dreamed of roots delving deep into the earth, seeking something vital beyond his reach. They were ambushed twice more by darkwalkers, once in the Trollshaws and again as they skirted the misty valleys of the Ettenmoors. Each encounter left Sam more certain of their pursuit's importance, though he could scarcely articulate why. It was Darina who first noticed Sam's changing appearance. "Your eyes," she remarked one evening as they camped beneath the shadow of the misty mountains. "They reflect light differently now, like leaves with dew upon them." Sam had noticed other changes too, his hearing grown sharp enough to discern the whispered conversations of trees, his fingers developing an uncanny sensitivity to the health of soil merely by touch. The Lightbringer was changing him, creating a bond beyond mere gardener and plant. As they ascended the northern passages of the Misty Mountains, Halbarad revealed more of their quest's true nature. "The eternal flame is not merely legend," he explained during a rare moment of openness. "It burns at the boundary between worlds, kindled from the original fire of creation. The dwarves believe Durin witnessed it upon his awakening, but its existence predates even the firstborn of their kind. What isn't in our histories," Barik added reluctantly, "is how the flame was contained. Our most sacred texts speak only of a great sacrifice, something given by both elves and dwarves to bind the flame's power." The revelation hung heavy in the air as they continued their ascent. Sam felt the Lightbringer respond to these words, its glow pulsing with what felt strangely like grief. Their final approach to Gundabad came during a storm that seemed intentionally arrayed against them. Lightning cleaved the sky, illuminating the ancient stronghold, now long abandoned by the dwarves and defiled by generations of orcs and darker creatures. Yet strangely, they encountered no resistance as they entered through a hidden passage known only to Darina through her archival research. Deep beneath the mountain, they discovered chambers untouched for millennia. Walls carved with history so ancient that even Barik could not decipher their meaning fully. And at the heart of the mountain, beyond doors sealed with forgotten magics that opened to Sam's touch alone, they found the chamber of the eternal flame. It was not what any had expected. No roaring inferno or dramatic blaze, but a single, perfect flame hovering above a pool of liquid light. Around the pool stood statues, dwarves and elves frozen in an eternal circle, their stone hands joined in what appeared to be both supplication and restraint. "The sacrifice," Darina whispered, her voice breaking. They gave themselves to contain the flame when it threatened to consume the world in its infancy. As Sam approached with the Lightbringer, the plant reached toward the flame with questing tendrils. The moment they connected, a surge of power flooded the chamber. The statues gleamed with internal light, and to the company's astonishment, one began to move. Not stone at all, but flesh preserved through unimaginable enchantment. An elf with eyes ancient beyond reckoning and a beard as long as any dwarf's, something Sam had never seen nor heard of among elvenkind. "Saradan," Halbarad breathed, dropping to one knee. "The shipwright," Darina added with equal reverence, "guardian of the Grey Havens." Círdan regarded them silently before his gaze settled on Sam and the Lightbringer. When he spoke, his voice resonated with the harmonies of creation itself. "The seed returns," he said simply. And with it, hope. Through a communion beyond words, facilitated by Sam's transformed connection to growing things, Círdan revealed the truth, that elves and dwarves were not created separately as their histories claimed, but were branches of the same original design, diverging when the eternal flame's power threatened to overwhelm the young world. Their apparent differences were a protective measure, not an intended division. The Lightbringer, descended from the two trees that predated this sundering, had the power to heal this ancient wound, but doing so required a choice. "The joining of what was sundered will change all," Círdan warned. "No child of elf or dwarf or even man will remain untouched by the remembering." Sam, humble gardener of the Shire, found himself the arbiter of a decision that would reshape the future of Middle-earth. The Lightbringer pulsed in his hands, neither demanding nor retreating, simply waiting. "Sometimes," Sam said at last, thinking of his own garden where different plants grew stronger together than apart, "the soil needs to remember what it once was, to nurture what it might become." With those words, he placed the Lightbringer into the pool surrounding the eternal flame. Light exploded outward, racing through ancient root systems that connected all living things, a network older than the division of peoples, older than the shaping of lands. As the light faded, Círdan smiled for the first time in ages, uncounted. The gardener understands what kings and wizards often forget: that growth requires both memory and change. Months later, Sam returned to his garden in Hobbiton, outwardly unchanged, yet carrying within him the light of understanding few in Middle-earth could claim. The Darkwalkers had vanished with the Lightbringer's transformation, the ancient hunger that drove them finally satisfied by wholeness rather than consumption. Where the star seed had first landed, a sapling now grew, neither blindingly luminous nor ordinary, but somewhere wonderfully between. Its leaves whispered stories in quiet evenings, attracting children from across the Shire who sensed, without understanding why, that this tree remembered things worth hearing. Sometimes, on nights when stars shone most brightly, visitors would arrive at Sam's gate, dwarves with eyes that reflected light like polished gems, elves whose beards had begun to grow for the first time in millennia, men who dreamed of roots and flames and awakened with an inexplicable longing for mountains they'd never seen. Sam would welcome them all into his garden, pour tea, and listen to the changes slowly spreading through the world, a remembering of common origin that softened ancient enmities and opened possibilities long forgotten. For as any gardener knows, The most important growth happens beneath the surface, in darkness and silence, long before new green breaks through into the light. Story 4. Snow danced on bitter winds around the lonely mountain, its solitary peak piercing the leaden sky like a sentinel of stone, guarding secrets older than memory. Within its cavernous depths, in chambers where gold once flowed like water under the reign of Thror, shadows now whispered of a crown that had never rested upon any dwarf king's brow, a crown wrought before the breaking of the world, whose 7 gems were said to hold the light of stars now vanished from the heavens. Far away in the peaceful hills of Hobbiton, Fredegar Bolger sat beside his hearth, a steaming mug of tea warming his hands as he contemplated his second breakfast. To his neighbors and friends, he was simply Fatty, a nickname he bore with good-natured resignation, having long ago accepted that his appreciation for the culinary arts exceeded even Hobbit norms. But tonight, as the fire crackled and the wind whispered beneath his round door, Fredegar found himself far from thoughts of mushroom pies and honeyed bread. Spread before him on his mother's oak table lay the contents of a weathered lockbox, delivered that morning by a dwarf merchant who had appeared at his door with no explanation beyond, "A promise made is a promise kept." Inside the box, Fredegar had discovered a fragment of yellowed parchment bearing strange angular runes, a small iron key of curious design. And most puzzling of all, a letter written in his great-uncle Isengar's unmistakable hand, though the old hobbit had passed to the gardens of the Beyond some 15 years prior. "My dear Fredegar," the letter began, "if you are reading these words, then I have passed on without sharing the greatest secret of my unexpected journey. While the tales speak only of 13 dwarves and Bilbo Baggins venturing to the lonely mountain, there was, for a brief time, a 15th member of that company, myself." Fredegar's tea grew cold as he read how his great-uncle had joined the expedition in Bree, only to be separated from the company during their flight from goblins in the Misty Mountains. Through extraordinary fortune, Isengar had found another path eastward, eventually reaching Erebor after Smaug's defeat. There, while helping with the mountain's restoration, he discovered something remarkable in a forgotten alcove deep within the mountain, a stone coffer containing a fragment of an ancient crown and a map to its remaining pieces. "The dwarves call it Durin's diadem," Isengar wrote, "though it predates even their fathers. The crown was sundered in the upheavals of the First Age, its 7 pieces scattered across Middle-earth. I have spent my remaining years researching its significance, and what I have discovered disturbs my dreams. The crown is both salvation and peril, for when reunited, it grants the power to awaken what sleeps beneath the roots of the world." The letter ended with a plea and a warning: find the crown before those who would misuse it. "The fragment I recovered is the key to beginning the search, but speak of it only to those you trust with all Middle-earth. The iron key opens a secret door in the Blue Mountains, where I have hidden my research. Begin there, but tread cautiously, dear nephew. Not all who smile are friends, nor all who scowl enemies." Fredegar ran his plump fingers over the fragment, no larger than a chestnut, yet strangely heavy for its size. Its material was unlike any metal he had encountered, neither gold nor silver, but something that seemed to absorb and reflect light simultaneously, creating an impression of depths beyond its surface. "Preposterous," he muttered, returning the items to their box. "Bulgers don't have adventures, have. We grow prize-winning pumpkins and debate the proper consistency of clotted cream." Yet that night, his dreams were filled with mountainous halls and whispers in languages he did not understand, but somehow comprehended. Warnings of an ancient cult seeking to perform a ritual that would wake Durin the Deathless in a form twisted by forgotten magics. Morning found Fredegar packing his traveling bag, an activity so foreign to him that he spent nearly an hour debating the appropriate number of handkerchiefs for a journey of uncertain duration. By midday, his resolve had nearly faltered twice, but each time the memory of his great-uncle's weathered handwriting steeled his determination. "Going somewhere, fatty?" called Rosemary Boffin as he trudged past her garden gate, his pack comically oversized against his round frame. "Just visiting relatives in Buckland," he lied, the words sticking in his throat like oversized bites of seed cake. Fredegar Bolger had never been skilled at deception, which made his current undertaking all the more remarkable. The journey to the Blue Mountains tested every comfort-loving fiber of Fredegar's being. Rain soaked him to the skin. His feet developed blisters within blisters. The novelty of sleeping under stars quickly surrendered to longing for his feather mattress. Yet something beyond his understanding drove him forward. Perhaps the took blood that ran thin but persistent in his veins, or perhaps something awakened by the crown fragment itself. In the foothills of Ered Luin, Fredegar encountered the first of his unlikely companions, Nashirwin, an elven huntress with eyes the color of spring leaves and a laugh like distant wind chimes. She found him attempting to negotiate with his pony, which had decisively rejected further travel. "You speak to the beast as though expecting a reasoned response," she observed, materializing from the trees with the silent grace characteristic of her kind. "We're having a philosophical disagreement regarding the merits of forward momentum," Fredegar replied, surprising himself with his composure in the presence of an elf. Something in his earnest frustration apparently amused Nerwin, for she agreed to accompany him to the dwarf settlement he sought. Only later did Fredegar learn she had been tracking him since the borders of the Shire, curious about a hobbit traveling alone with an ancient dwarf relic in his possession. The iron key led them to a narrow cave mouth, nearly invisible against the mountain's weathered face. Inside, they discovered not a simple cache of documents, but a fully appointed study. Isengard had clearly spent years here, translating texts and piecing together the crown's history from fragments of lore. "Your uncle," Naerwin whispered, reverence evident in her voice as she examined a series of maps pinned to the wall, accomplished what scholars at Imladris could not. "He's traced the crown pieces to their resting places. According to Isengar's notes, the 7 fragments had been deliberately separated and hidden by an alliance of elves, dwarves, and men following the War of Wrath. The crown, forged in the deeps of time by Ole himself before Morgoth's corruption, had been intended as a gift for the one who would unite the free peoples against the coming darkness. But its power to awaken the sleepers in stone, the primordial consciousness of mountains themselves, had proved too terrible a temptation. Their study of Isengar's research was interrupted by the arrival of their second companion, Grimwald, a dwarf warrior whose face bore the ritual scars of the Iron Fist clan. He entered the hidden chamber with axe drawn, suspicion radiating from him like heat from forge fire. "Step away from the stone-caller texts, elf," he growled, his accent thick with the cadences of the eastern mountains. What might have descended into violence was averted by Fredegar's instinctive response. He placed himself between them, one hand raised toward each, and simply said, "Tea." The absurdity of a hobbit offering refreshments in a moment of ancient racial tension broke the spell. Explanations followed, revealing that Grimwald too sought the crown, not to use its power, but to ensure it remained sundered. His clan had served as guardians of one fragment for generations, until it was stolen a fortnight past by cultists calling themselves the Awakeners. They believe Durin's spirit can be summoned back to Middle-earth through the crown's power, Grimwald explained over the tea Fredegar had indeed prepared, using Isengar's long-abandoned supplies. Not as he was, but as a vessel for something older and hungrier than any dwarf. Their paths now irrevocably entwined, the three unlikely companions charted their course to Erebor. Asengar's notes indicated that 4 of the 7 fragments had already been gathered by the Awakeners. The 5th remained under Grimwald's clan's protection in the Grey Mountains. The 6th was allegedly hidden in the depths of Mirkwood, guarded by enchantments laid by Thranduil's ancestors, and the 7th, the keystone that would unite them all, lay somewhere in Erebor's deepest vault, its location hinted at by the fragment Fredegar carried. Their journey across Middle-earth became the stuff of legends, though a legend known only to its participants and those whose paths they crossed. They navigated the shifting perils of Mirkwood, where shadow spiders the size of ponies retreated from the light emanating from Fredegar's fragment. They braved the Grey Mountains, razor winds, to reach the Iron Fist stronghold, only to find it under siege by the Awakeners. Throughout their trials, Fredegar surprised both his companions and himself. What he lacked in heroic stature or warrior skills, he compensated for with a practical wisdom uniquely hobbitish in nature. When negotiations with a river sprite threatened to strand them at a crucial crossing, it was Fredegar's offer of his mother's blackberry tart recipe that secured their passage. When tensions between Naerwen and Grimwald threatened to fracture their company, Fredegar's simple insistence on breaking bread together literally reminded them of their common purpose. The Hobbit changed during their journey, though not in the ways adventures typically transform their participants. He remained round of belly and fond of comforts, but discovered within himself a well of courage deeper than any had suspected, including himself. He came to understand that true bravery wasn't the absence of fear, but the decision that something mattered more than that fear. Their arrival at Erebor coincided with the winter solstice, a timing the Awakeners had planned meticulously for their ritual. Led by a former advisor to the king under the mountain, a dwarf named Nar, whose ambition had festered into something monstrous, the cult had already begun the ceremony in the Chamber of Echoes, a vast cavern directly beneath the throne room. The confrontation that followed tested each companion to their limits. Naerwen's ancient magic clashed with dark sorcery summoned from the depths. Grimwald faced his kin, who had been seduced by promises of power and restoration of dwarf glory. And Fredegar, armed with nothing but his wits, his courage, and a particularly sturdy cooking pan, found himself in single combat with Nar himself, the fate of the crown hanging in the balance. The ritual chamber pulsed with eldritch energies as the Awakeners arranged the 6 fragments they had gathered. The very stone seemed to breathe around them, ancient carvings depicting Durin's awakening beginning to glow with an inner fire. As Nar reached for the fragment Fredegar carried, the final piece needed to complete the crown, the Hobbit did the one thing no one expected. He laughed. "You know the curious thing about hobbits?" Fredegar asked, his voice steady despite the chaos surrounding them. "We understand the difference between a treasure and a burden." With that, he tossed his fragment not to Nar, but into the abyssal chasm that cut through the chamber's center, a void, Grimwald had explained, that descended to the very roots of the mountain. The cult leader's howl of rage transformed into terror as the other fragments, bound to the one Fredegar had carried, tore themselves from the altar and followed their companion into darkness. The mountain shuddered once, like a sleeper disturbed by a troubling dream, but choosing to remain in slumber, and then fell silent. In the aftermath, as they stood beneath the stars on Erebor's snow-covered slopes, Naerwen asked the question that had lingered unspoken since the fragment first came into his possession. "Why did your uncle choose you, Fredegar Bolger, for this quest?" The Hobbit considered this as he packed his pipe, a habit he'd acquired during their travels. "I believe," he said finally, striking a match. He recognized that sometimes the most valuable quality isn't grand heroism or ancient wisdom, but simply knowing when to enjoy a meal and when to push the plate away. Grimwald laughed, the sound echoing against the mountain face. A philosopher beneath that waistcoat. Perhaps there's more to hobbits than meets the eye. Less and more, Fredegar replied with a smile. Just as there is to mountains and crowns and destinies. Months later, returned to his comfortable hobbit hole with its well-stocked pantry and familiar hearth, Fredegar sometimes woke from dreams of vast mountain halls and ancient crowns. On his mantelpiece sat his only souvenirs, Grimwald's gift of a miniature axe, too small for dwarf use, but perfect as a letter opener, and a pressed leaf from Mirkwood that still faintly glowed when the moon was new, a parting token from Nerwen. When asked about his unexplained absence, Fredegar simply mentioned an extended visit to relatives, though observant neighbors noted subtle changes, his increased interest in maps, his correspondence with far-off lands, and the curious fact that while he remained fond of all 6 hobbit meals, he now sometimes paused between bites, as if listening to echoes of adventures that most hobbits could scarcely imagine. For some treasures, once discovered, change the finder forever, not through possession, but through the wisdom gained in the choosing to let them go. Story 5. The ancient oak at the edge of Peregrine. Took's garden had weathered 600 winters, its gnarled roots plunging deep into the rich soil of the Shire like fingers clutching secrets. On this particular autumn evening, as an unseasonable storm lashed the peaceful hills of Hobbiton with rain that fell like silver needles, those roots surrendered something they had held for an age of the world. Lightning split the darkness, striking the oak with such force that the ground beneath it heaved and cracked. Pippin, as he was known to friends and family, pressed his face against the round window of his smile, watching in dismay as his prized rose bushes were battered by the tempest. When morning broke clear and golden, he ventured out to assess the damage. Trowel in hand and breakfast crumbs still clinging to his waistcoat, the oak had survived, though a great scar of blackened bark ran down its trunk. At its base, where the lightning had torn earth from root, something gleamed amid the churned soil, something that caught the sunlight and held it, as if reluctant to reflect it back into the world. "What's this, then?" Pippin murmured, kneeling to brush away the dirt, with fingers more accustomed to the handling of pipes and teacups than treasure hunting. It was a ring, not grand like those worn by elf lords or dwarf kings, but a simple band that somehow seemed both ancient and unworn by time. Upon its surface, delicate script flowed like water, appearing and disappearing as the light shifted across it. Though Pippin had never mastered the elvish tongues that Bilbo had tried to teach the younger hobbits, he recognized enough to know this was no common script found in the old tales. With a hobbit's practical caution, tempered by a Took's curiosity, Pippin wrapped the ring in his handkerchief and carried it inside, setting it upon his mantelpiece between a carved wooden fox, a gift from Merry, and a small brass bell from Michael Delving. There it remained as he went about his day, though his eyes returned to it often, drawn by a subtle pull he could neither explain nor resist. That night, Pippin's dreams were filled with whispers in languages he did not know, but somehow understood, warnings of shadows stirring in deep places, of ancient pacts unraveling like rotted cloth, of something vast and terrible shifting beneath mountains far to the east. He woke gasping, the bedsheets twisted around him like binding cords. Outside his window, silent figures moved at the garden's edge, too tall for hobbits, too graceful for men, their cloaks seeming to drink the moonlight rather than reflect it. For 3 nights, the dreams persisted, and each morning Pippin found evidence that his garden had hosted midnight visitors, footprints that smouldered briefly before fading into the dew, strange symbols carved into his gate that vanished by midday, a lingering scent of sulphur and ancient stone. On the fourth day, as Pippin sat smoking his midday pipe and contemplating whether these peculiar events warranted disturbing the peace of his neighbors, a visitor appeared on the garden path. He was tall, even by the standards of men. His robes the deep blue of the sky after sunset, his beard containing more silver than dark strands. He leaned upon a staff of pale wood that seemed to shimmer with its own subtle light. "Peregrine Took," the stranger said, his voice containing echoes of distant thunder and mountain streams. "I had hoped never to disturb the peace of the Shire again, but fate weaves patterns beyond even my sight." Pippin nearly dropped his pipe. "You know me, sir, but I fear I cannot place you among my acquaintances." "Few now remember Pallando," the stranger replied, settling uninvited onto Pippin's garden bench, which creaked alarmingly beneath his weight. "Even among my order, I am little more than a footnote, one of the blue wizards, sent east when Gandalf, Saruman, and Radagast turned their eyes to the western lands." "A wizard!" Pippin exclaimed, his Tookish blood stirring at the possibility of an adventure, even as his hobbit sensibilities reminded him that wizards invariably brought complications with them. "Indeed," Pallando nodded gravely. "And I have come because you have found something that was meant to remain lost until the ending of the world." Upon hearing of the ring, the wizard's face grew grave. He declined to touch it, instead peering at it from different angles, muttering words that made the air hum with tension. At last, he sighed deeply, looking suddenly much older and wearier. "Before the crafting of the great rings," he explained, "before even the forging of the 7 and the 9, there were experiments, attempts to bind power to physical form, to create channels through which the very essence of Middle-earth might be directed and controlled." "This doesn't look like much," Pippin observed, studying the seemingly ordinary band. "Nor was it meant to," Pallando replied. "And this ring was forged in the First Age, when Morgoth still walked the world. It was made not as a weapon, but as a key, one that could unlock doors that should remain forever closed." He spoke of ancient chambers beneath the mountains of Moria, where the dwarves in their delving had discovered not mithril alone, but something older, a sleeping presence left from the shaping of Arda. The ring had been crafted to control this power, to prevent its waking. But when the Balrog rose in Moria, driving out the dwarves, knowledge of the ring and its purpose had been lost. "The inscriptions speak of that which sleeps beyond the flame," Pallando said softly. "For the Balrog is merely a guardian, albeit an unwitting one, keeping all from reaching the deeper chambers where true peril lies dormant." "Why come to me?" Pippin asked, suddenly acutely aware of his small stature and distinct lack of heroic qualities. "Surely there are warriors or great lords better suited to such matters." "The ring came to you," Pallando said simply. And rings of power, even minor ones, choose their bearers with purpose. That evening, as Pippin reluctantly packed a traveling bag, making certain to include adequate handkerchiefs, a spare waistcoat, and his mother's cast-iron skillet, another visitor arrived at his door. Unlike the wizard's dramatic appearance, this one slipped into his home like a shadow, revealing herself only when Pippin turned from his packing to find her examining the ring with eyes the color of burnished copper. "You should be warier of what you bring into your home, halfling," she said, her accent unlike any Pippin had heard, musical yet harsh, like silk drawn across stone. Pippin yelped in surprise, brandishing his skillet with more enthusiasm than skill. "Who are you? How did you enter my home?" "I am Azrufel," she replied, seeming unperturbed by his makeshift weapon. "And once I served the Lord of Gifts, until I saw his gifts for what they truly were, chains disguised as treasures. Her tale unfolded gradually as Pallando returned, and the three sat in Pippin's kitchen, sharing a meal that the hobbit insisted upon preparing despite the gravity of their discussion. She had been one of the Númenóreans corrupted by Sauron's influence, granted unnatural longevity through arts best left unspoken. For centuries after Númenor's fall, she had served the Dark Lord, until something awakened within her, a memory of what her people had once been, before pride and fear of death had twisted them. "I seek atonement," she said simply, breaking apart a honey cake with long fingers adorned with faded tattoos, though I doubt such a thing is possible after so many lives ended by my hand. Pallando regarded her with a mixture of suspicion and compassion. "Redemption is rarely found where we expect it," he said at last. "Perhaps your path lies with us now." Thus began a journey that took Pippin farther from the Shire than he had ever imagined traveling. The three unlikely companions made their way east and then south, avoiding the main roads where the servants of darkness, drawn by the ring's awakening power, might be watching. Pallando's magic concealed them from unfriendly eyes, while Azrufel's knowledge of forgotten paths led them through wild lands where few now ventured. Throughout their travels, Pippin carried the ring on a chain around his neck, hidden beneath his clothes. At night, he would sometimes wake to find it burning cold against his skin, whispering promises and threats in equal measure. The dreams intensified, visions of a chamber deep beneath the mountains, where something vast lay coiled in ageless slumber, waiting for the key that would either secure or release it. "It tests you," Azrufel observed one morning, noticing the shadows beneath Pippin's eyes. "It seeks weakness, as all things of power do. I'm finding myself rather short on strengths at the moment," Pippin admitted, his customary cheerfulness strained by weeks of hard travel and haunted sleep. "You underestimate yourself," she replied, her normally stern features softening momentarily. "There is strength in hobbits that the wise cannot comprehend, a rootedness in simple truths that greater beings often forget in their pursuit of grander visions." When at last they reached the western gates of Moria, standing beneath the cliff where the doors of Durin waited, unseeing stars reflected in the dark waters before them, Pippin felt a tremor of foreboding pass through him. The ring hung heavy as a millstone now, its whispers a constant chorus in his mind. "The Balrog stirs," Pallando murmured, his staff glowing brighter as if in response to an unseen threat. "It senses the ring's return and remembers its ancient duty, though that memory is twisted by millennia of darkness." "What exactly is the plan?" Pippin asked, voicing the question that had nagged at him throughout their journey. "We've come all this way, but I'm still not clear on what we're meant to do with this troublesome trinket." Pallando and Azrufel exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. It was Azrufel who finally answered. "The ring must be returned to its chamber and resealed with new bindings," she explained. "But the one who carries it there must have no desire for power, must, in fact, be someone whose heart values home and hearth above dominion and glory." "Someone like a hobbit," Pippin concluded, understanding dawning like a cold sunrise. The passage through Moria was a nightmare of darkness and ancient fear. They avoided the main halls where the Balrog might roam, instead taking narrow staircases and forgotten passages that Azrufel somehow knew, though she would not speak of how she came by such knowledge. The weight of stone above pressed down upon them, and the air grew increasingly hot and sulphurous as they descended. When they reached the lowest level, a place so deep that even the dwarves in their prime had rarely ventured there, they found themselves in a vast cavern where pools of molten rock cast an angry red glow across crystalline formations older than the sun. At the center of this chamber, stood an archway carved with symbols that hurt the eye to look upon directly. "Beyond lies the sleeper," Palando said, his voice barely audible above the rumbling of the earth. "And our pursuit has not gone unnoticed." As if summoned by his words, a roar echoed through the cavern, a sound of rage and molten fury that shook loose stones from the ceiling and sent ripples across the pools of magma. The Balrog had found them. What followed was a confrontation of light against shadow as Palando channeled power through his staff in brilliant arcs of blue lightning that temporarily drove back the creature of flame and darkness. But even a wizard's strength has limits, and the Balrog was ancient and terrible in its wrath. "Go!" Palando commanded, his robes smouldering where the Balrog's whip had nearly found him. "Complete our task while I hold it here." Azrufel seized Pippin's hand, pulling him toward the archway. "The wizard cannot defeat it alone," she said, her voice tight with fear or resolve, perhaps both. "I will aid him." "You must go on. You alone can approach the sleeper safely." Before Pippin could protest, she pressed something into his hand, a small crystal vial containing what appeared to be liquid starlight. "When you find the pedestal where the ring must rest, break this upon it. The binding will reform." Then she was gone, drawing a blade that gleamed with an inner light as she moved to flank the Balrog, seeking to divide its attention. Beyond the archway, Pippin found himself in a spherical chamber whose walls were not stone but something like glass, behind which swirled colors and patterns that no mortal tongue had names for. At the center stood a simple pedestal of black stone, worn smooth by uncounted ages. As he approached, the ring around his neck grew impossibly heavy, nearly dragging him to his knees. The whispers became shouts, promises of power beyond imagining if only he would use the ring rather than surrender it. Visions assailed him. The Shire transformed into a mighty kingdom with himself as its ruler, ageless and terrible in his splendor, armies of men and elves and dwarves bowing before him, the very mountains reshaping themselves at his command. Through it all, one small corner of Pippin's mind held fast to simpler visions, the taste of fresh bread shared with friends, the sound of laughter around a fire, the feel of rich earth between his toes on a summer morning. With hands that shook from effort rather than fear, he lifted the chain over his head. "I'm just a hobbit," he said to the empty air. "And that's all I ever wanted to be." As the ring touched the pedestal, Pippin felt something vast stir beneath him, not physically, but in some realm adjacent to the one he occupied. The sleeper was awakening, reaching for the key that would unlock its prison. With a decisive motion born of hobbit practicality, Pippin smashed the crystal vial against the pedestal. Liquid light flowed over the stone and the ring, encasing both in a luminescence that grew brighter until Pippin was forced to shield his eyes. When he could see again, the ring was gone. Or rather, it had become part of the pedestal itself, its circlet of metal now embedded in the stone, the elvish script glowing with steady purpose rather than the fitful gleaming of before. The chamber shuddered once, and Pippin felt the presence that had been reaching toward consciousness recede, sinking back into the dreamless sleep from which it had nearly emerged. Outside, he found Palando kneeling beside Azrufel, who lay still upon the cavern floor. The Balrog was nowhere to be seen, though scorch marks and molten stone gave evidence of the battle that had raged. "Is she—" Pippin couldn't finish the question. "Indeed, her sacrifice gave me the opening I needed to banish the Balrog back to the depths," Palando said softly. "She found her redemption, I think." As he spoke, Azrufel's body began to shimmer with a soft light, growing transparent until only a faint outline remained. Then even that was gone, leaving behind only a small silver brooch in the shape of a star, a token of Numenor that she had worn concealed beneath her cloak. Pippin picked it up, its weight solid and real in his palm, unlike the fading form of its owner. What was it? He asked. The sleeper, I mean. Palando's gaze was distant, as if seeing across vast spans of time. Some say it was a fragment of Morgoth's will, left behind when the Valar cast him into the void. Others believe it to be something older still, a piece of the discord that marred Arda from its conception. The truth is hidden even from the wise. Their journey back to the surface world seemed to take both moments and eternities, time behaving strangely in the aftermath of ancient magics. When they finally emerged beneath the open sky, Pippin fell to his knees and pressed his hands against the living earth, grateful for its solidity. Months later, returned to the Shire and the comfortable predictability of Hobbit life. Pippin sometimes woke from dreams of crystal chambers and flaming shadows. On his mantelpiece, between the wooden fox and the brass bell, now rested a silver star brooch that occasionally gleamed with its own light when the moon was full. Visitors found him changed, still cheerful and fond of food and comfort, but with a thoughtfulness that had not been there before. Sometimes, walking near the ancient oak where his adventure had begun, he would pause and listen, as if hearing whispers from deep places. But whatever called to him was safely bound once more, and the ring that had briefly passed through his keeping was where it belonged, securing ancient locks against the darkness that always waits beyond the light. For that, Peregrine Took, guardian of the forgotten ring, was profoundly grateful. After all, afternoon tea was calling, and some responsibilities, like the proper appreciation of seed cake, took precedence even over the fate of the world. Story 6. Deep within the ancient Mirkwood forest, where sunlight struggled to pierce the canopy of gnarled branches, and whispers of forgotten magic lingered in the misty air, something was terribly wrong. The forest floor, once carpeted with emerald moss and delicate wildflowers, had begun to wither and blacken. Stream waters ran murky with an oily sheen, and the woodland creatures fled in silent panic from the heart of the forest where, for millennia, the great dragon Oromir had made his home. Oromir was no ordinary dragon. Unlike his kin who hoarded gold and terrorized kingdoms, he was a guardian of knowledge, a keeper of histories that predated even the elves. His scales had once shimmered like burnished gold in the rare shafts of sunlight that found their way to his cavern, and his ancient eyes held the wisdom of ages. But now, those scales were dulling, darkening to obsidian at their edges, and a shadow clouded his gaze. In the small village of Underhill, just beyond the western edge of Mirkwood, a hobbit named simply Hobbit awakened with a start, his small body drenched in sweat despite the cool autumn air. The strange markings on his skin, golden whorls and ancient symbols that had marked him since birth, burned with an intensity he had never experienced before. His dreams had been filled with the mournful song of a dying dragon, a melody so ancient and sorrowful that it lingered in his mind like the echo of a funeral dirge. "It calls to me," he whispered to the empty room, tracing the golden patterns on his forearm with trembling fingers. "The last wise one calls for help." The village elders had always regarded Hobbit with a mixture of suspicion and reverence. His strange markings and uncanny ability to understand languages no one had spoken for thousands of years set him apart. He had spent his life translating ancient texts and collecting forgotten stories, living on the fringes of Hobbit society, more comfortable with his books and maps than with the merry gatherings his kind typically enjoyed. That morning, as mist clung to the rolling hills of Underhill, Hobbit packed a small bag with necessities, a journal bound in red leather, several vials of ink, dried fruits, and a small knife his father had given him. The burning sensation in his markings guided him like a compass pointing east toward the heart of Mirkwood. "You're going to him, aren't you?" The voice belonged to Elindaria, an elven archivist who had formed an unlikely friendship with Hobbit over their shared passion for ancient texts. Her silver hair gleamed in the early morning light, and her eyes, old beyond her youthful appearance, held concern. "I must," Hobbit replied, adjusting the strap of his bag. "Something is poisoning Oromir. I've seen it in my dreams, felt it in my blood. If the last wise dragon falls to darkness, the world will face a shadow it hasn't known since the days of Morgoth." Elindaria nodded solemnly. "Then I shall accompany you. My people have ancient records of the wise dragons and their guardians. Perhaps they hold the key to saving Oromir." As they prepared to depart, a tall figure emerged from the shadows of a nearby oak tree. Clad in the leather and mail of the Rohirrim, with a sword that seemed too elegant for a simple horse lord, the man's weather-beaten face was set in grim determination. "The dream song reached far," he said, his voice surprisingly melodic for one so imposing. "I heard it in the plains of Rohan, though none around me did." Hobbit studied the man, noting the faint shimmer around his form that was invisible to most eyes, but clear to those with the sight. "You're no ordinary warrior of the Mark." A faint smile crossed the man's face. "Thorongil at your service? And no, not ordinary, though I've spent decades pretending to be. My grandmother was of the Astari bloodline, though such lineages are best kept secret in these times. A descendant of wizards," Elindaria murmured. "The song calls the needed three together." Thus began the journey that songs would later call the quest of the dragon's tears. Through forests where shadows moved with purpose, and over hills where ancient stones arranged themselves in patterns visible only by moonlight, the unlikely trio traveled eastward. Hobbits' markings burned brighter as they approached Mirkwood, guiding them through paths that seemed to appear and disappear with each step. 7 days into their journey, they reached the edge of the corrupted heart of the forest. Trees twisted in agony, their bark blackened as though burned from within. The air itself felt thick, tainted with a malice that made breathing difficult. "The dragon's lair lies 3 leagues hence," Hobbit said, his voice strained. "But we cannot help him without the tears of Varda." "The Star Queen's tears," Thorongil nodded. 3 crystals formed from her weeping when the first darkness fell upon the world. "My grandmother spoke of them in the old stories." Elindaria unrolled an ancient map, its edges crumbling despite her careful handling. "The first lies in the ruins of Dol Guldur, where Sauron once dwelt. The second in the halls of the Elven King, though hidden from his knowledge. And the third," she hesitated, "the third is in Lothlorien, guarded by memories and mists," Hobbit finished, the knowledge rising unbidden from somewhere deep within him. "We must split up. Time grows short." Thus the company parted ways, each facing their own trials to recover the sacred tears. Elindaria ventured into the haunted ruins of Dol Guldur, where shadows of past evil still lingered and tested her resolve with visions of her deepest fears. Thorongil infiltrated the Elven King's halls, using both stealth and the faint traces of magic in his blood to locate the tear hidden beneath the throne itself. And Hobbit, guided by his burning markings, walked the faded paths of Lothlorien, now abandoned by the elves but still protected by enchantments that recognized the ancient pact in his blood. When they reunited at the edge of Oromir's domain, each bearing a crystal tear that glowed with an inner light, like captured stars, they found the corruption had spread further. The dragon's cavern entrance was surrounded by twisted vegetation and creatures mutated by the dark influence. Once gentle forest animals, now warped into savage parodies of themselves. "The corruption is the work of Palando," Thorongil said grimly as they fought their way through the grotesque guardians, "the blue wizard who went east and was thought lost. I sensed his magic in the dream song, not lost, Elindaria corrected, her bow singing as she loosed arrows with unerring accuracy. Corrupted, he found knowledge in the east that no being was meant to possess. At last, they reached the inner sanctum of Oromir's lair. The great dragon lay coiled in agony, his once golden scales now more black than gold, his breath coming in labored gasps that sent plumes of smoke tinged with darkness into the air. "My little guardian," the dragon rumbled, his ancient eyes focusing on Hobbit with effort, "you have come as the old pact foretold." Hobbit approached without fear, the markings on his skin now glowing so brightly they illuminated the cavern. Words in a language older than the world itself spilled from his lips, words he had never learned but somehow knew deep in his bones. "Habil, we bring the tears of Vada, Wise One," he said, when the ancient incantation was complete, "to cleanse the poison from your blood and bind the darkness once more." As the three companions placed the crystal tears at specific points around the dragon's massive form, Hobbit continued the incantation. The tears began to glow, first softly, then with increasing brilliance, until they rivaled the stars themselves. Streams of pure light extended from each tear, connecting to form a triangle of power that surrounded Oromir. The dragon roared in pain as the light penetrated his scales, driving the corruption out like poison from a wound. The blackness seeped from him, forming a writhing mass that took shape as a spectral figure, blue-robed and terrible in its fury. "Palando," Thorongil whispered, drawing his sword, though it would do little against such an entity. The corrupted wizard's form lunged toward Hobbit, recognizing him as the source of the purifying ritual. But before it could reach him, Oromir's tail swept around, interposing between the Hobbit and the threat. The dragon opened his massive jaws and released not fire, but a song, a melody so pure and ancient that it seemed to reshape reality itself around them. The spectral form of Palando shuddered and twisted, caught in the power of the song. Elindaria and Thorongil joined in, adding their voices to the dragon's melody, guided by some instinct deeper than thought. Hobbit's markings blazed like the sun as he completed the harmony, his small voice somehow carrying the weight of the ancient pact made between his ancestors and the wise dragons. In a final, terrible shriek, the corrupted essence of Palando was bound and banished, not destroyed, for such power cannot be unmade, but imprisoned in the spaces between worlds where it could do no harm. As silence fell in the cavern, Oromir's scales slowly regained their golden luster. The dragon regarded the three companions with eyes clear and wise once more. "The song continues," he rumbled, his voice stronger now. "And though Palando is bound, his work has only begun. He sought to corrupt me to reforge reality itself, to unwrite the music of the Ainur and replace it with his own discordant melody." Hobbit nodded, suddenly understanding the full scope of what they had prevented and what still lay ahead. "Then we must continue our quest." "Together," Elindaria added, placing a hand on Hobbit's shoulder. "For the song of the world," Thorongil concluded, his wizard's blood stirring with purpose. Outside the cavern, the corruption had already begun to recede from the forest. New green shoots pushed through the blackened soil, and clean air replaced the tainted miasma. But far to the east, beyond the boundaries of known maps, a blue-tinged storm gathered strength, and whispers of a new discord began to spread through dreams across Middle-earth. The song of the wise dragon had been preserved, but the greater symphony was only beginning.